All right, so last time when I was looking up maps for Super Adventure Island 2, there there was one map on the game facts page that I just like completely forgot to click on, and it was the one I was looking for. So, bully for me. You're a real character to reach this point. Man with wings may instantly transport back to the entrance or to the hot springs. Thousand coins. Oh, and I need upstab for that. And this just loops back around. Yes. Not the button I wanted to hit at all. Well, you've got to be pretty accurate with that sword plant. I think I need to be on the bottom path. Damn it. No, wait, I think I need the right one. Now that's the switch to lower the water. So it was, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the middle one that I needed. Okay, so there's a race channel. Hot spring. Okay, so the spot I'm looking for is maybe in here? Yep. And now come back down here to the middle one. So now these are gone. For a life bottle. Okay. Baosu. Said hit him in the legs while his head is up. think it's just that these bosses all have like a lot of HP. So at times it might be hard to tell if you're actually doing anything. I can't hit him there. All right, first off, let's get into the race channel. Second of all, Oh. Oh. I would not have guessed that. You have to hit him in the tentacle and then in the face. I thought it was just you had to hit the tentacle a whole bunch. But that explains why his eyes are opening up all big and crazy. Oh, and I apparently can't use my magic. And I ran into the tentacle like a dummy. It'd be nice if they actually let you use your healing magic. Now I'm going to save my game. And I am going to get a Super Metroid loaded up. I do not feel like going through that entire run back. We beating a game twice tonight? Hey, that's the plan. That is the plan. The American way of real work slogans. What's up, Firebat? So I mentioned this earlier at Ponk, and I'll bring it up again here. But that That old turn-based strategy game that I've been talking about at least last week, if not for a couple weeks, Deadlock 2 Shrine Wars, actually, got off my ass and did a Google search for how to get it running on Windows 11, and it was really simple. So I got it up and running at some point, probably this next week. I don't know when. I'll probably run through a scenario of that. It is a long game, though. Maybe to tell me what I can send you to enable D2. So if I'm remembering right, off of what I've got on my other hard drive, I've got all of the ISOs that I need. And I've got keygens that will, get the game installed. It's just once I have the game installed, it tells me to insert the CD. And I've been using Demon Tools Lite. And I've had virtual drives with all of the ISOs in. And it still tells me to insert a CD. So I need the patch that enables no CD gameplay. Now, see, I didn't know that was a thing. Interesting. So is there like an external patcher that I need, or would there be like new iOS files? New ISO files? It's an official patch, okay. So that's probably something I just have to look up. Yeah, and all of that stuff is on the external hard drive that I don't currently have plugged in, so I'll have to check those in a bit. But the other D2 I got working just fine. That being Deadlock 2. That one was super simple. It was download this thing, put it in your install folder, set your game to compatibility mode for Windows 7 and tell it to run as administrator. And the only thing is the game gets hung up every once in a while. It's like doing stuff in menus. But I haven't gotten it to crash yet. Never knowingly Ronald McDonald. Fun good, have luck. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. Three, two, one. Let's go. So again, like I was telling Ponk earlier, we never really got any kind of a graphical update for the Deadlock games. The big difference between Deadlock Planetary Conquest and Deadlock 2 Shrine Wars is all just in the user interface. Would have really liked to see one more iteration of Deadlock with like that mid-90s flat CGI look, like Reboot. And I'm sure if I knew how to use even entry-level 3D software, like 3D imaging software, I could get assets made pretty quickly. At 4268. Because I mean, I still love Deadlock for what it is. Well, Deadlock 2. I still love it for what it is, but it's never don't think it ever got big enough to warrant a third game being made. And I'm sure there are turn-based strategy games that do a lot of the same things the Deadlock 2 does. But I want that game and I want it to run smoother and look better. Again, even if it was just with like super simple non-textured geometry, making it look like a fucking tech demo from 1993, that'd be fine. But again, I love it for what it is, and I'm just glad that I got off my ass and took the 3 steps in order to get it running again. I was playing it just last night and had a relatively quick scenario, all things considered. It's real easy to have scenarios in that game that go well over 100 turns. And the one I was playing last night had, fuck, had like a little over 60, I think. It was over 60, but under 70. And I had two computer opponents. And even though I had it set on the easiest difficulty, I was still having some problems. It just makes me think that I don't plan very well. Because normally the thing that I like doing in Deadlock 2 is I get to the end of the research tree, and the very last thing that you have to research in that game is time dilation. And that basically just gives you infinite resources. So I just like speed my way through the research tree. And then I get to time dilation, get all my infinite resources, and then just start sending out swarms of the strongest tanks that you can possibly make. And then it's just a matter of tracking down all of the territories that the enemies have gone into. Last night, even though I was still kind of speeding through the tech tree, I did not get all the way through it, but I was still able to send waves of like tier 2 tanks out through the rest of the world. But even then, I was getting really close to getting outclassed by the research level that one of the computer players was at, which is not good. And all of the all of the races have their own little quirks, their own little benefits and hindrances. But yeah, even the scenario I was doing last night, which didn't go as long as they usually do, still ended up taking like 2 or 3 hours at least. So it is very much a game where you can sink a lot of time into a individual play session. The the other couple of scenarios that I've played since getting it reinstalled have put me on kind of smaller maps that had like a lot of ocean tiles. So I had to spend a lot of time and money dealing with boats and other ocean units, like transports, in order to get my land units from one place to another. This one I just did last night was just a giant landmass with no water anywhere. So I didn't have to, well, actually couldn't build any of the seaports, which is kind of unfortunate because those buildings get you the most amount of trade income. These buildings can either be one tile or two tiles, like 1x1 or 2x2. And all of the buildings that are 2x2 don't pull in as much trade as 4 of the seaports. Even your big city center doesn't pull in as much trade as 4 seaports can. Got him. Hotcakes. Oh, come on. So let's see. Guess since I've already talked so much about the game, might as well keep going. Um, so I'm trying to remember. I think there's 7 different races that you can play as in Deadlock 2 without having it spread out in front of me. It's not exactly sure, but I think it's 7. So up first, you have the bugs. They are the Chichit, and their big benefit is the fact that their colonies grow really quickly. Their population inflates really, really quickly, which can be extremely beneficial because the more colonists you have, the more you're able to do, the more buildings you're able to build. Next up is the Sith. Not really a big fan of the Sith, but that's mostly because they consistently have morale issues because they're just like a generally angry race of aliens. Like there's normally things you can do. Misty Fizz. There's normally precautions you can take to keep your colonists' morale in check. That shit doesn't work with the Sith. They just are mad all the fucking time. And angry colonists are not productive. They just stand on the housing units and just are mad. Pretty sure they also have a special ability with their spy units. But I don't ever use spy units, so I've never really familiarized myself with their abilities with them. I don't know if it's like they can poison land, or they could steal technology or stuff like that. Once again, I don't use the spy units, so I'm not really sure. Next up was the Mog. And the Mog's racial ability is they are quicker at researching than any of the other races. And that rap. Like I don't think it's a 2x over the other races researching. Might be like 1.25 or 1.5. But still, they burn through the research tree faster than anybody else. Which is really good for the way I like to play. Then you've got the humans. Which, you know, hey, the humans. If I'm remembering right, the humans make more money through trade than any of the other races. So they're the ones that will have more spendable money than any of the other races. And their combat units have a berserk ability that makes their army units, their soldiers, not their tanks, just their soldiers, makes them more powerful, but it also 100% kills them after the battle, even if they survive the battle. Then you've got one of my other favorite races, which are the Raylu. The Raylu's big racial ability is they can see the entire world map, and they can see like population figures and what territories are being held by what race. Normally, since there's a like a fog of war, you would need the orbital surveillance technology in order to get that. So basically, the Raylu start with orbital surveillance, which is a technology that is really close to the end of the research tree. So being able to start the game with that and being able to tell where everyone is and what they're doing is really nice. Then you have the Tarth. The Tarth are the big dummies of Deadlock and Deadlock 2. They produce more food than any other race, and their military units, troops and tanks and planes and boats, just across the board, their military units are the strongest in the game. And then finally, you've got the Uva Mosque, which they're like the second strongest. Pretty sure their deal is their military is second only to the Tarth, and I think their food production is also second to the Tarth, but they might have better production on other resources. Otherwise, they are just like the, on paper, clear number 2 in terms of production and military. Whereas everybody else is kind of fighting for 3rd and 4th place. I'd have to actually have the in-game descriptions of the races in front of me to confirm other benefits that the races have. But there is also the option to play with no racial benefits or all racial benefits. Which might be a bit of a trick, because you'd still have to deal with the morale issues that come with the Sith. I let go of the button. And normally, dealing with colonist morale is like super simple. Because at a certain point, your colony's population will just cap at 5,000. Doesn't matter if you build more housing units past that point. Each colony's population cap is 5,000. And you can get to 5,000 with just 4 housing units that have been upgraded twice. So you have housing, apartment complex, luxury housing. You have 4 luxury housing units, then you're already at the max population. But then you build 2 cultural centers, and then upgrade those into museums. And the museums provide culture, which boosts morale. I think you get a maximum... Well, whatever the maximum amount of morale is that you get, it's always going to be more than the negative morale effect of overpopulation. So you can cram your idiot colonists into tin cans, have them living and raising a family in a fucking coffin motel. As long as they have some museums to go to, they'll be happy. During a playthrough earlier this week, um, I took over an enemy territory, and I moved some of my colonists into that territory. And then I forgot to check on it for a long time, maybe 20 turns or so. Because at the end of each turn, you get a little bit of a status report. And the status report said that there were riots going on in this territory. And I was like, wait, what? Turns out I had forgotten to put some of my colonists onto the museums that were in that territory. And so the colonists that were there were all just really pissed off. And it turns out it was too late when I did get people working at the museum. The riots ended up getting so bad that the colonists destroyed all of their own housing units. So that we had to move out of that colony. But my overall morale for all of the colonies went right back up through the roof. Like, well, that little problem took care of itself pretty neatly. I tend to flip the switch pretty hard from city builder to military planner in that game. It's usually like the first 50 or so turns that I spend like just dealing with the colonies and just dealing with logistics and resources and all of that fun stuff. And then from turn 50 on is usually when I start building up my military forces. Especially if I have enemies that are like really, really close and they're not separated by a body of water or something. In situations like that, I may start getting into military expansion, but like well before turn 50. The one I was playing last night, I definitely had to get going before turn 50. Because there were no big bodies of water that were just like a natural border. I never turned Ice Beam back on. Normally, if there's a natural border with an ocean and the enemy units don't, or the enemy races, aliens, don't have a whole lot of room to spread out and expand, then I really feel like I've got more time to tack up and expand my military before I start heading out to battle. But yeah, last night's last night's scenario, I had to start getting going by like turn 30 or so. Like I didn't even have I had like the tier 1 tanks. I didn't even have tier 2 yet. And I'm like, no, dude, I've got to start heading out. Otherwise, these guys are going to become a problem. And of course, if the enemies decide to set up their landing spot pretty much right next to yours, then you do not even have that much time. It's like you've got to start getting military up even faster. And sometimes the resources are just not there yet. It's a big thing that you have to do, is you have to accumulate a lot of resources. Come on, man. Pretty sure it was the first scenario I did after getting the game reinstalled. I set up just this massive air force, and I just had this squad of like somewhere between 15 and 20 planes just going around wrecking face everywhere. It was so much fun. Planes in that game are interesting because they, unlike tanks, planes can only go so far before they will run out of fuel and just crash. Why did Ronald decide to go to ZB's? Unless that's a setup for an already planned out joke. Say it's because he needs more meat for the burgers. Yeah, I think he's either looking for ingredients, could be looking for more Happy Meal toys. ZB's does have a bunch of neat looking junk on it. And you can't just keep doing Barbie figurines and Hot Wheels. Space Hamburglar Hunt. Hamburglar has evolved into Mother Brain. Silly joke. I can't really remember a whole heck of a lot of McDonald's Happy Meal toys that I ended up with. I know I ended up with a bunch because as a kid, I would always get a Happy Meal so I could get a fucking toy. But I seem to remember more of Burger King's toys than McDonald's. That might be because we went to Burger King more frequently than McDonald's when I was a kid. I definitely remember like those little Transformer toys that McDonald's had way the fuck back in the day, where it was like the boxes that the sandwiches would come in would transform into little robots. But I definitely have a lot fonder memories of when Burger King did their crossover with the Z-Bots. Mostly because Z-Bots were one of the coolest little things back when I was a kid. I wanted all of them, but of course there was no way I was ever going to get all of them. And any of them that I used to have are either long gone or in the bottom of some fucking box that's just loaded with other junk. I think I've got one of my old Z-Bots on display on my bookshelf in the other room. And it's not like I had a whole lot of them. You know, it was the little collectible thing back from when I was a kid before Pokemon blew up. And the thing that surprised me is I don't think the Z-Bots ever had like a video game. But then again, it kind of took a lot for video games to be made of certain things back then. Like, I'm not surprised that Power Rangers had a whole bunch of video games made. I'm a little surprised that Transformers did not have more video games made about them, or at least better video games made about them. You know, G.I. Joe had a couple of good ones on the NES. But, like, I'm still kind of surprised that, like, Stone Protectors or Pirates of Dark Water got video games made about them. Also, still a little surprised that Biker Mice from Mars got a video game made about them. And on the flip side of that, I'm surprised that Earthworm Jim got a TV show. Because again, video games had not blown up yet when I was a kid. Video games were still really looked on as kind of either a nerd hobby or like a little kid hobby. Another good example of a surprise franchise to get a video game is VR Troopers, even though it was just on the Sega Genesis. I mean, I definitely preferred VR Troopers to Power Rangers as a kid, but at the same time, I never thought that that franchise was going to get a video game. Or like the one that came after that, the Big Bad Beetleborgs. Never expected them to get a video game, and they didn't. Maybe they got one in Japan. And we got the 2000s and the PS2. Then they just decided fucking everything needed to be a video game. Like, even McDonald's with MC Kids on the NES and on the Game Boy. I thought that was kind of strange back as a kid. It's like, wow, this is the McDonald's video game. It's kind of neat. And it wasn't until the era of emulation when I found out about Ronald McDonald in Treasureland on the Sega Genesis, which is where this Ronald McDonald sprite comes from. Since I was a Nintendo kid, I never really knew about Sega Genesis games growing up. I'd see certain games advertised in gaming magazines that weren't Nintendo Power. Like if I was out at a bookstore with one of my parents and I was just going over to the magazines to look for comic books, and I saw a gaming magazine, I'd take a flip through it. Oh my god, get out of this room. A lot of the games I ended up seeing were gonna be like multi-platform ones, though. Like Bubsy or Alfred Chicken or Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel. Never really... Like, should say, I don't really remember seeing too many ads for games that were just gonna be released on the Sega Genesis. And even as a kid, the only game that I 100% recognized was better on the Genesis than on the Super Nintendo was Mortal Kombat 2. A lot of people would say NBA Jam. I think NBA Jam is closer to personal preference. It's whether or not you want background music is the big difference between the SNES and the Genesis versions of NBA Jam. Genesis had background music, but it was Genesis background music, so you had to kind of be predetermined to like that. Whereas I knew that Aladdin was a completely different game on both consoles. And I never really played a lot of Genesis Aladdin. I played enough of it to know that, okay, the big reason why people like this one is because he's got a sword. But I had SNES Aladdin, and I liked that one. Never really knew about the Genesis version of Shadowrun until the era of emulation. And I think the perfect version of a Shadowrun video game lies somewhere in between the Super Nintendo and Genesis versions. There's Firebat taking first with a 47-45. GG. Insane Firebatize me. The one thing I've said about the old console versions of Shadowrun is if you replace the Matrix sections in the Super Nintendo game with the ones from the Genesis game, it'd be perfect. And maybe a bit more of like the open world concept of the Genesis version mixed in. Like actually being able to send your character out on runs. Just little like procedurally generated missions. Is really in the Super Nintendo Shadowrun, besides the main story of the game, the only other things to do are just to run through dungeons that you've already cleared while doing the main story. Just for like money and karma grinding. Whereas in the Genesis one, you can go to any bar. You can find a fixer. He'll set you up with a mission. You either do something in the Matrix or you extract someone from one of the big mega corporations. Or you track someone down and kill him. If SNES had some of that mixed in, that'd have been nice. But instead, there's really just the main story. And as far as the main storylines of both of those games, I think the Genesis version, the story is a bit more close to what you would get in an actual tabletop Shadowrun campaign. And you definitely go to more of the territories that are well known in Shadowrun. Whereas I think the SNES Shadowrun just takes you throughout different parts of Seattle. Like you just go to like different neighborhoods in the city, basically. Whereas the Genesis one takes you to at least like 2 or 3 different areas outside of Seattle. And I definitely think that the SNES version has a much cooler uh, final boss. I should put final boss in air quotes because Drake is not the final boss of that game, but he is like a big fucking dragon. Which is really cool that you get to take your little guy, square up against a fucking dragon that takes up like a third of the screen. Whereas on the Genesis, you face off against like some like werewolf or werebear that's only like twice as big as the playable character. Not as impressive as taking on a massive fucking dragon. Whoa. Of course, the real final boss of the SNES Shadowrun is this massive gauntlet that you have to get through in the Aniki corporate headquarters. I forget how many stories tall that this building is, but you have to go through all of them, and all of them are filled with gunmen that want your blood. It's less of a final boss and more of a final dungeon. Because I don't think that there's like one specific character that you have to end up killing in the Aniki Towers. I think there might be a couple of dudes behind like some machine gun turrets that are on the roof. But as soon as you get past them, you just board a helicopter and it's the end of the game. And there are some tough enemies on the final few floors, but I don't think there's like one specific guy that serves as an actual final boss. $55.45. High 57, low 58. Depends on how many times I hit the hands. Or shoot over the head. I think I just had a bad angle. She found the cheese spot. Pum 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 pum. In the boat, hit enter. 5802 GG. Thanks for the race. Kept throwing onion rings. Kept throwing onion rings and lagging the fight. Yeah. She knows how to waste time. Good stuff. Also, I was able to get all of my Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster characters pretty much up to where I want them as far as levels are concerned when I was grinding up some magic the other night. Originally, I thought that if you did the slot skill with Setzer and then put him on auto battle, that he would just continue to use that attack. Whichever one that he ended up getting with the slots. Apparently that is not correct. And possibly there might even be some cheese protection where if you do auto battle with slots too many times, Setzer ends up casting Joker Doom and kills your whole party. He'll also occasionally start doing other slot skills instead of just the one that you landed on. Like, I landed on Prismatic Flash and he started doing Lagomorph or Mysidian Rabbit every once in a while. Air Force. right. Get this Wii remote back up here. See you next mission. Did I even put requests into Rainwave? I did not. Let's go ahead and fix that. Now, let's see if I remember how to get out there. Master Higgins' quest to get some. I just need to see if I remember how to get up to the boss. I'm pretty sure I do. Ow. Thought I was standing just outside of that, but whatever. You would just pick a lady that was much less prone to kidnapping, you'd live a more peaceful life. Right? Sometimes you don't choose who you fall in love with. Sometimes you go through multiple video games. His type is, will surely get kidnapped. He wants to be helpful. Yes. No. Yes. Yes, no, maybe so. Oh, hell yeah. No. This is not the way I need to go. So it is that middle path. Yep, here we go. Make sure I'm healed all the way back up. He almost got a free hit on me. Really wish you could use your magic while you're in the water. Also, kind of wish that you didn't have to jump out of the water in order to hit him. But we got him. Moonstone! His desire to feel needed is a bit extreme. Higgins, here's the voice. I seem to remember. Why you gotta bring up my figure? Hookah. Before I go any further, save the game. Moonstone. Save the game again. Old man, teach me to upstab. That's gonna unlock some stuff. Save the game again. Sala Sala. Oh. Big fancy desert with the heat waves going in the background. That's a mode. There is more to this world than this map is showing me. Uh-huh. I see. They change color based on how bouncy they're going to be. Alright, so I need to come at that from a different spot. Oh, but we have blocks for this one. Or magic. See ya. Oh, baby. The moon switch will open the path to the basement. Beware of false gates. Magic bottle. Moon. Star blocks remind me of Goof Troop. Yeah, dude, I see it. And Goof Troop is one of those games where I wish I would have known about it a whole hell of a lot sooner. That game is really cool. Rocks? More rocks? Lots of rocks? Hmm. That was a false gate. Oh no, wait. I need to go the other way. So we went in this last one, and it's not that one. Guess there's two other gates underneath those rocks. Crystal sword! So far, it looks like I've taken the right path. Until I got there. Another false gate. So now we go all the way back over here. We start with this one. Oh, hell yeah. Hot spring. Oh, I turned off those ones. That's right. I need to go back to Puka Puka. Help. Moon? No, god damn it. I did the same thing last time. And that is not a lot of health recovery. And I missed the thing I was supposed to go to. Or that I wanted to go to, I should say. Oh, that's a boss door. Sure, let's fight a boss. Oh god. Magic. Help, I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid. It doesn't matter, because I need to go back to Puka Puka. I need to turn back some switch. Now the only thing is if I can actually remember where it is in this fucking madness that is Puka Puka Island. I don't think it's down here. I think that takes you to the stone tablet that tells you how to defeat the squid. Of course, there's a thing on... I think it's Boa Boa Island, the second one. Fire Island. There's some upstab blocks that are blocking off a chest there. Of course, there are some upstab blocks right here. Blocking off a magic bottle. Now, is it through this right one or through this bottom one? There's a race channel. So either way, Higgins, you need to find it fast. Nope, that's the wrong switch. So it is in the top right one. There it is. Power boost. Neat. Wonder how much of a power boost that actually is. I can come back for it. $2,000 coins. Gotta keep an eye on my time. Oh, hell yes. Got punched in the face by nostalgia. Holy crap. I need to play some Time Splitters 2 again one of these days. Fucking love that game. Let's do some capture the bag out on the Arctic base. Oh yeah. That's the good shit. With shield. Like the third time I've missed that jump. Reading. You'll need legendary axe to fight the boss. Oh. Save that game. Dude, I remember being pretty excited seeing Lupin the Third is going to start showing on Adult Swim. I was definitely interested to see some older anime. And it's groovy as all hell, too, so... It just fell into the same trap that a lot of Adult Swim cartoons, anime, did. Is they only had, like, 8 fucking episodes or something at the very beginning. Thinking Goku. Maybe a robot called Fight. Maybe Earthworm Jim. Hell yeah. Join them up. Check my YouTube feed. Spiffing Brit with another Skyrim exploit video. That should be fun. Between Spiffing Brit and the Vidiots, those were like the first people that I watched do Skyrim stuff. I learned a lot about the game really quick. Yogscast doing more Minecraft Mario Party. An almost 40-minute long breakdown of Spider Noir. I also checked out the new trailer for X-Men 97 Season 2. I'm excited to see where they go with that season. "34 minutes of Guga eating every Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavor." I mean, there's some StarCraft 2. Some GSL going on. A 2.5-hour long video of Macho Man Randy Savage matches from his time in WCW. That'd probably be a lot of fun, actually. Because even though I don't watch anymore, if I had to point to someone and say they were my favorite pro wrestler, it'd definitely be Macho Man Randy Savage. Yo, PJ is doing speedruns of Mega Man 5 on Game Boy. He has a PB of 44.23. And I see Tillamorph in the mystery tournament on Speed Gaming. Two Cats still grinding away at Castlevania 4. The Mario Sunshine 2v2 Lockout Bingo Tournament. Must admit, I do really enjoy watching Mario Sunshine. Watch the finals of ASL. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of sad that he didn't get it in his last hurrah, but I mean, and again, I don't know too much about the players, but the fact that Soma got him means he probably had to play, he had to play some pretty good StarCraft to get past Flash. Yeah, that's right. He 4-0'd Light in the semis, but I'm trying to remember if somebody, I think it was in the round of 16 that somebody else beat Flash. I don't have I don't have results in front of me, so all I can say is I think that happened. I still just need to look up like fucking build order videos and this, that, and the other thing. But the fact that I've got Deadlock 2 working again means that I'm almost never going to. So I need to stop saying that I need to. Because real-time strategy is just not my bag. Anyways, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. J-Dong beat Flash? You know what? That sounds right. But then, Flash came back and won the losers match, the losers bracket. Finish against Bisu. Okay. I wish I was better with some of the names, you know? 'Cause I'm trying to remember. I think the guy's handle is Barracks. It's a Terran that like always uses wraiths. I'm probably thinking of someone else. But there were a couple of Terrans that were like really wraith heavy. This past league, I remember. Barracks is old. Dude, I can't look at any of these Korean guys and tell if they're old or not. So many of them just look like kids to me. Maybe that's because I'm old. Leda. That's who I was thinking of. I know I've seen Barracks before, but Leda was the one I was thinking of. Still. Same thing. If you've been pro for 10 years, that means you're 10 years older than you were when you started. They probably all still look the same. Anyways. I will get readied up. Boy, now I'm responsible for more Yakuza music on the stream. There's been a lot of songs from the Yakuza games getting played here tonight. I guess 20 years for Barracks. Only reason I've even known about StarCraft for more than 20 years is because I got it within like a year or so of it coming out. Once again, just never very good at it. Good luck, fun have. Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. For real, it seems like every time I look over at Rainwave, there's a song from a Yakuza game playing. Not complaining, just reporting the facts, man. 3, 2, 1, let's go. I know whenever I messed around in StarCraft, I did always like using air units. Broken record here, just not very good at it. Like I always liked I always like using Mutalisks as the Zerg. And then, of course, fucking Carriers is Protoss. It's like the most ridiculous unit they have. Just fill the sky with those little ships that the Carriers have. It just seems to melt everything in front of you. I know it's probably the truth for a lot of air units, but it seems like if you get a lot of Mutalisks, that's really hard to counter. I seem to remember, like, in one of the opening rounds of the last GSL, there was a game where both players ended up with, like, a ridiculous number of battle cruisers. Unless you're a High Templar. Mm-hmm. That's the great thing about StarCraft, is it is so balanced. There's not just one strategy that infinitely trumps everything else. There's some strategies that are good for like a couple of weeks, and then people figure it out. Or, you know, someone brings back an old strategy, and it's been so long since people have seen it that they have forgotten how to counter it. So then that's hot for a little while. But everything in that game gets figured out eventually. That's why it's still so popular after all these years. Balancing with map design. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause there are some maps. I think it was not this last GSL, but the one before that, that had some map that I had never seen before. It was like that kind of Z-shaped map that had a couple of like small island bases. Don't remember the name of it. But I remember the commentators saying, yeah, you're probably not going to see this map in the next GSL. But I, of course, am ignorant to a lot of that finer strategy of the game just because, once again, not good at it. Like, really, I just need to watch people play against the computer on particular maps and just try to see if I could do what they do. Yeah, it's like a cross-spawn two-player map that had like this really thin strip of connecting land at an angle between the two. And then there were like a couple of little island bases. Because again, there's some map names that I recognize just because I know that I've seen matches on those maps before, but I couldn't like pick one out and be like, "Oh no, that's that one." Even like the one that I really liked from StarCraft 2, I don't remember the name of it without having the map sitting directly in front of me. And it was like the one map in StarCraft 2 that I would just play over and over again because I felt like I could play slightly more aggressively than I usually do, which I usually don't play very aggressively in either StarCraft or StarCraft 2. I usually turtle up for quite a fucking while, and then I end up turtling up for way too long. Next thing you know, I've got my opponent banging on my front door, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm still tacking up. That's the thing, is I don't have a sense of urgency in strategy games. And that's probably a really big problem when you're doing a real-time strategy game. My APM is like 12. The funny thing is, I'm much better at the campaigns than I am even just like facing a computer on a random map. It's probably because the campaigns are heavily scripted. Oh my god, Jim, shoot the fucking thing. Tell you, the strategy game I got that I actually need to play one of these days is War for the Overworld. Because I actually really used to like Dungeon Master. And since it's the spiritual successor, I'd probably get a kick out of War for the Overworld as much as I did Dungeon Master. Got him. Got him both times tonight, man. Hell yeah. Feels like that hasn't happened in a while. Oh, and perfect timing. My favorite song from Earthworm Jim. Feel like I say it every time Earthworm Jim music comes on, or as I play as Jim. I like so much about Earthworm Jim except actually playing the game. Like everything about Earthworm Jim is good except for the gameplay. At least with some of the other mascots from the era, I think at some point the formula was working. And then it just ended up falling to shit at some other part. Earthworm Jim, I don't feel like it ever found its groove. Something like Bubsy. You know, the first Bubsy game was pretty good. It wasn't like industry changing or anything like that, but it was pretty good. I haven't spent enough time with the second game to know much about it other than it had Nerf guns, which I didn't understand. And then Bubsy 3D is just a joke. But then again, so's Earthworm Jim 3D. It's not like one of those clearly stands head and shoulders above the other one. They're both jokes. But then something like Battletoads. For every console release that Battletoads has had, I feel like they were just trying to do too much. Trying to be a little bit too ambitious with what they wanted from their game. But you counter that with the unfortunately unfinished, and I don't know if it was ever actually released, but the Battletoads arcade game? That feels just right for Battletoads. It's not trying to be a platformer, it's not trying to be a racing game, it's not trying to be a fucking stunt driving game. It's a beat 'em up. And it's like a really solid beat 'em up. And the fact that you can just pump quarters into the machine makes it even better. Yo, Chicory. I need to do a casual playthrough of that game. Like, not even on stream. Just to play it again, because that game is so much fun. Actually, the thing I should do is I need to get Ponk to do a 2-player playthrough with me. Even with, like, the really recent Battletoads game that came out on Steam, I still feel like that kind of missed its mark. But I think it's a problem with a lot of... Because I'm kind of mimicking what I've heard my guy Murphigator say. But there's a lot of Steam beat-em-ups that overstay their welcome. That are just way too long. I think it was when he was playing through Marvel Cosmic Invasion, where he was getting like really bored with that game, and he might have been like halfway through it. There's not enough interesting ways to interact with enemies in that game, according to him. And since his thing on Saturday mornings is trying to beat a lot of these games in a single sitting, that can wear on you. Cosmic Invasion is definitely one of those where I think you would have to take it in like 2 or 3 sessions. But I seem to remember the other thing is in the single player mode, they like force you to use specific characters. So it's not even like you get to use like the 15 or 16 different playable characters that you have access to. Now, you get to do that in free play after you do, you know, the single player mode. Actually, I saw on Steam, because I have the demo for Cosmic Invasion. So I did see the small update they just did recently to add Cyclops and the Thing as playable characters. But when that game goes on like a big fucking sale for like $5 or something, I'll probably pick it up then. Ghost? For tiny health. Gee, thanks. I think the other thing Murph was saying about that game is that if you're gonna have that many playable characters, you should probably make them like significantly different. Otherwise, what's like really the point besides just fan service? And it's cool seeing all these Marvel characters and all these Marvel villains, but character variety needs to be important in beat 'em ups. Because otherwise, what's the point of having any different playable characters if all your characters do is punch, kick, and projectile? Sticking with Marvel, I'm looking at Captain America and the Avengers, both on arcade and on Super Nintendo. That game is so fucking rough. Because you get Cap, you get Iron Man, you get Vision, you get Hawkeye, and they all play exactly the fucking same. That's why whenever I see Murph playing through Final Fight, the original Final Fight, it's always more fun than you'd think, because the number of options that you have for dealing with enemies in that game is so significantly higher than a lot of other arcade beat 'em ups. There are like a ton of modern beat 'em ups that don't even do the formula as well as the original Final Fight did. It's just, once again, I'm personally not very good at Final Fight, but there's ways of dealing with those giant crowds of enemies that you have to face. And yeah, it gets a little sketchy sometimes, but you have all the tools necessary. Yeah, beat 'em ups as a genre can get really boring really fast if you don't have a variety of ways to deal with enemies. boy. Yeah, buddy. Come on, man. Where are my supers? Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, there we go. Get back down here and be dead. There we go. Hey, there's Firebat taking first with a 47-49. GG. Got the jump. All right. Gotta redo that shit. There we go. Nope. Get screw attack. Okay. Big improvement over that horse shit last week. That was just an off night. A tremendously off night. Like, wait a minute, I know this song, and I didn't know it was in Sonic and All-Stars Racing. Guess that makes sense that it would be. Golden Axe was a pretty big deal for Sega. Golden Axe got ported to something and they gave it cutscenes. $55.26. So this should be a pretty comfy 57. Boing. I do have screw attack on, so I don't need to pause and check. Much more behaved MB3, yeah. I didn't try to get, like, right in her face. And I feel like that's when she starts acting up a little bit, is when I'm, like, right in her stuff, trying to get the shots right into her mouth. That was way too close to the wall. Pretty good escape, all things considered. About a second or two faster than normal. Quote unquote normal. 57:34. GG. Much better times to look at for a full week. Ooh. Good times. So, for the upcoming week, definitely thinking one of these nights I need to put some more time into Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. We're just about to head up to the floating continent and then do World of Ruin nonsense. That's always a lot of fun. About another month before I overtake Cool Kid for 69th place on the SRL board. Oh my god. We should do some kind of celebration when that happens. I don't know what a suitable celebration for that would be. But the Twitch geek in my head says that's a pretty big deal. I've always thought of Cool Kid as like one of the most universally loved people in the whole SRL scene. Dear Force! Like, I have never heard anyone say a crossword about Cool Kid or Feasel or like a small handful of others. Where it's just like, it's universally known that like, no, these are some of the real cool dudes in speedrunning. So at least in my head, it would be a big deal. But not in my head. We did it. We did it in a video game. Until it was done. Till it was done and done did. And I mean, how much shit could you talk about someone that did a speed run of a week of Garfield on the NES while wearing a full body Garfield costume? I mean, come on. That and his girlfriend was really good at Mega Man 1. She still streams every once in a while. Not as frequently as maybe like last year or something, but every once in a while I'll see her streaming and it's like, oh hey, I know you. You play Mega Man. Anyways, that wraps it up for another week. Big thanks once again to Ponk for hanging out, humoring me while I struggle through the last bits of Pokemon Emerald. He's still got to deal with the champion. I still have to deal with, I think, one more gym. If not, then I need to do Victory Road in the Elite Four, which I don't think I'm ready for. So I'm gonna have to fucking power level or something. And of course, a big thank you to Insane Firebat for the races. Always good fun. Getting stuck to the back of my chair because it's hot in my room. Don't have the D2 patch on my PC. Fairly confident it's on my other one, but it needs a power supply. Well, hey, man. Thanks for checking. I might be able to find something on my own, but I'm not really too terribly concerned. Don't need to put any pressure on it. But yeah, also since I got Deadlock 2 working, I'm probably going to do that at some point this next week on stream. That's probably going to be... God, I want to say at least a 4 or 5 hour stream. It's real easy to lose track of time playing that game. But anyways, for everyone else, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next time. See ya!